I don't really look forward to playing this one, but we'll see. We'll see.
He and Esau present.
Yeah, we're going straight into tournament. Par 4. What the heck? This is super weird. So this is a like, who developed this game? Well, it's not actually by Nintendo's Soft. Okay. Just weird. They did Gunzaz and nothing else. But yeah, super weird. Well, I think we have to, if we get a below 4, we just have to give that up. Kind of curious how long this kind of game is. Like, is it just 18 holes in the tournament mode, or is it more? Yeah, just do 18 holes, that's it, I guess. Does that automatically select it for me? I don't know. I don't really know what that does for hitting it. I assume I have to hit it at like the top. I just don't know. Shouldn't this be 4th? Dude, I didn't get it. This shit cannot be real right now.
He and Esau present.
Maybe I need to watch videos in the background for this game. I think that's what I might do. Alright, I was gonna watch some Jeremy Parrish for Virtual Boy videos. That was maybe a big mistake. That went too far. Shit, dude. Wait, what? Okay. Reset over and over. Red Alarm 3D Tetris. I didn't watch those videos yet. Volume.
A pennant race in your face. It's Virtual Boy Works, Episode 5. Now that we've worked through Virtual Boy's launch lineup, we move on to the post-launch titles. Though given the short 6-month lifespan of the system, we're never really going to escape the so-called launch window. And these two games are very much the standard console debut titles fare, a baseball game and a golf game. Virtual Boy is the 4th platform to have its launch window examined under the lens of the VideoWorks series, and it's the 4th platform to offer up adaptations of both of these sports immediately out of the gate. Baseball and golf were simply omnipresent video game subjects back in the day, even more so than today. You can really feel that business-as-usual mindset at work when you experience the raw tedium of Virtual League Baseball. Shipping in the US a few weeks after the console... You can really feel that business-as-usual mindset at work when you experience the raw tedium of Virtual League Baseball. Shipping in the US a few weeks after the console itself, Virtual League Baseball comes to us from Kemco, a Nintendo third-party mainstay known best for licensed Western titles. Kemco was not, however, known for its baseball games. Indeed, so far as I can tell, Virtual League Baseball is the company's sole foray into the world of the big leagues, which maybe goes a long way toward explaining why this is such a joyless piece of work. There's a lot to dislike about Virtual League Baseball, but we can start with the fact that it's exclusively a single-player game. As we've seen over and over, 8 and 16-bit baseball games tend to be pretty brutal as single-player experiences, with the CPU capable of performing feats that are utterly impossible for human players. It's only when you introduce a second player that everyone enjoys, if you'll forgive the expression, a level playing field. The idea of releasing a solo-only baseball game in the year of our Lord 1995 seems utterly untenable, but since Nintendo never actually made the Virtual Boy's planned link cable available to purchase, there was no feasible way to offer a head-to-head baseball title on the system. And so we have a game in which the computer pitches perfectly, bats perfectly, and fields perfectly. All the annoying CPU-centric quirks of the genre return here, such as the system's ability to place a fielder in the exact spot a pop fly will land the instant the ball is hit, something players have to guess at based on the arc of the ball and the movement of its shadow. The Virtual Boy's D-pad controls feel unusually stiff in this game, with fielders moving at awkward angles to home in on the ball. This appears to be a system-level issue, since CPU fielders also demonstrate the same clumsy movements despite being gifted by the unbalanced programming with godlike skills in every other respect. Virtual League Baseball's frustrations manifest in other ways too. Kemco decided to go cheap on this game's production run and didn't pony up for a save battery, so you have to record and input passwords in order to record season progress. I guess that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but the entire Virtual Boy experience involves locking your eyes onto a parallax display under a hooded visor. The process of shifting your focus back and forth between the screens and your notepaper just exacerbates the system's tendency to promote eye strain, which isn't really an ideal situation. Virtual League Baseball offers a few different play modes with which to play with its made-up no-name teams, but these are just the standard options you'll find in any other baseball game of the era: exhibition play, an all-star mode, and a pennant chase. All of these are restricted to single-person play, and the Virtual Boy isn't precisely portable, so Kemco has managed to fail to offer a compelling reason to play this game over pretty much any other baseball title of 1995, whether console or handheld. The one unique element Virtual League Baseball does offer, of course, is parallax 3D graphics. And yeah, it does make the act of batting a little more dramatic. But fielding here plays out through the same static overhead viewpoint as in every other baseball game of the era. There are no interesting scaling or zoom effects to create a sense of immersion, and Virtual Boy does nothing to make this more interesting or convincing than any other pre-polygonal baseball game ever made. On the contrary, it's difficult to try and sell this game on its graphical prowess, considering that it is so completely butt ugly. Virtual League Baseball makes extensive use of pre-rendered polygon-based sprites, and it looks terrible. Everything is stiff and unpleasantly glossy, and the clunky movement of batters and fielders only draws attention to the overall hideousness on display. Compare the players in this game to those in, say, Super Baseball Loaded from 4 years earlier. It's just a disgrace. Tecmo gave its players varied stances and diverse animations to create a greater sense of fidelity within the limitations of the Super NES format, but Kemco didn't even bother. Even though Virtual Boy has more processing oomph and improved graphical resolution over Super NES, it's hard to imagine anyone would willingly go to this take on baseball over basically any other offering that was on the market at the time of Virtual League Baseball's debut in autumn of 1995. Even Kemco couldn't make a compelling case for the game. All their ads could offer as a selling point was that Virtual League Baseball was better than having fat guys blast chili dog farts in your face. But honestly, given the way you have to stick your face into Virtual Boy in order to experience this feculent take on baseball, you could almost argue that there's no truth in advertising here. Virtual League Baseball would be a lousy release on its own, but paired with the unique shortcomings of the Virtual Boy platform, it is a disaster. Happily, the next sports release for Virtual Boy fares a lot better. And, well, it should. Golf for Virtual Boy comes to us from a studio that arguably knew the genre better than any other at the time, T&D Soft. Golf was T&E's second release for Virtual Boy, and unlike the ambitious but messy Red Alarm, it's a game that falls squarely into their wheelhouse. We've already seen one of T&E's myriad takes on the links by way of YLA Country Club on Super NES, and Golf for Virtual Boy demonstrates the same care and affection we saw there. It also uses a similar sort of technology, with greenways constructed of simple polygons to allow for a sort of rudimentary 3D presentation. The game renders a bit faster and more smoothly than its Super NES predecessor did, and T&E's designers had the good sense to keep the effects pretty subtle and minimal in order to avoid taxing the console. In fact, subtle and minimal pretty much sums up Golf, or T&E Virtual Golf as it was called in Japan. It's a restrained, tasteful rendition of the sport that puts the studio's extensive experience with the genre to excellent use. Aside from the parallax depth effect inherent to the console, Golf doesn't go out of its way to impress you with its 3D prowess. It's one of the very few Virtual Boy games content to simply do what it does well, with the whole immersive graphics element amounting to a pleasant side effect of being on this specific platform. Golf carries over the same general interface mechanics we saw in YLA Country Club, and that includes gridded out greens to provide guidance on the lay of the course. The polygonal structure of the courses, along with some very effective monochrome pattern texturing, make the courses very readable, despite the lack of color depth. And naturally, you have plenty of ways to fine-tune your approach to the hole. You can adjust your player's stance, select a club, alter your angle, fine-tune the strength of your swing, and define where on the ball you connect. Honestly though, there's not a whole lot more to say about Golf for Virtual Boy. Unlike Virtual League Baseball, it's a game that simply works. T&E Soft had golf sims down to a science by this point, and while this effort doesn't do anything to shake up their formula, neither does it suffer from any particular flaws. Really, the worst thing you can say about Golf for Virtual Boy is that it's a very traditional game that happened to appear on Virtual Boy. There was no shortage of other T&E golf titles on other systems, and this one is a bit bare bones. It contains only a single course and relies on passwords to carry over progress. It's a solid golf game, but there's no escaping the fact that it's a golf game that requires players to stick their face into a tabletop device and take breaks every 15 minutes in order to avoid eye strain. In short, it's a perfectly decent take on golf, but it's also one that largely fails to justify its own existence. That said though, it sure does beat Virtual League Baseball. Golf. Fat guys. It's Tetris, except not, on Virtual Boy Works Episode 13. If you can believe it, we're already at the final American release for Virtual Boy. It's been a wild, few months, huh? But no, Nintendo quickly cottoned to the fact that Virtual Boy fizzled immediately upon impact. Rather than attempting to rehabilitate and revitalize the platform the way they would its spiritual successor 3DS a decade and a half later, the company simply pulled the plug. Spiritual successor 3DS a decade and a half later, the company simply pulled the plug. Virtual Boy got its own price cut after half a year, but this was a far more drastic cut than 3DS's, and there were no ambassador games handed out to early Virtual Boy adopters. By spring of 1996, the system was essentially moribund. Virtual Boy adopters. By spring of 1996, the system was essentially moribund around the world. Nintendo ended official support for the console in America and Japan. Retailers slashed prices, and any intent the company may have had to launch in Europe faded silently into the night. Peripherals like the VB Link cable and a number of in-development games were canned, including promising first-party titles like Zero Racers, Bound High, and Dragon Hopper. One final game made its way.
Zero Racers Virtual Boy. What is that?
To market in the US toward the end of March 1996, 3D Tetris. The Japanese Virtual Boy had seen Tetris at launch, so it might seem surprising that it took so long for that release to make its way west. But the real kicker here is that this Tetris is a completely different take on the block-dropping classic than Japan's V-Tetris, which we'll look at next episode. Where V-Tetris was produced by Locomotive Corp and Bulletproof Software, 3D Tetris was another joint from our friends at T&E Soft. Also of note is the fact that this isn't really a Tetris game. Despite the name, 3D Tetris has very little to do with Alexei Pajitnov's block-dropping masterpiece. Oh, this game has you dropping blocks all right, but it observes none of the other iconic rules of Tetris, not least of which is the need for all blocks to consist of 4 squares in 7 different arrangements. No, 3D Tetris is a complete and total lift of a three-dimensional Tetris clone from 1987 called Blockout. You wouldn't know it to go by the game, though. The copyright indicia in 3D Tetris makes no mention of Blockout or its original rights holders, Logical Design Works or California Dreams. It's a weird case of erasure, with only the Tetris credit to Elorg and Pajitnov appearing. At launch. But there's no question that this has more to do with Blockout than Tetris, a fact that might have been lost on gamers so locked into the Nintendo ecosystem that they actually bought a Virtual Boy. But it's something that would have been readily apparent to anyone who kept up with competing console lines. Blockout had made its way to the US on both Atari Lynx and Sega Genesis back in 1991. Sure, 3D Tetris adds a few new elements to that game, but the fundamental similarities are right there, bold as daylight. Naming semantics of this release aside, Blockout does make a lot of sense as a candidate for Virtual Boy conversion. Its entire premise was to give players a sort of top-down view into the Tetris well, with blocks falling into the screen toward the stack in the distance. This connects beautifully with Virtual Boy's parallax graphical effects, which are at their most effective when dealing with visuals that contrast the spatial positions of near and far objects. You get a much better sense here of the depth and relations of the falling objects in 3D Tetris than you could in standard Blockout games. 3D Tetris expands on the basic tenets of both Tetris and Blockout by including pieces never seen in the former in gameplay modes not present in the latter. Besides the standard Tetris-style clear a full line format, 3D Tetris includes a couple of puzzle-oriented modes as well. The standard Tetris mode is about what you'd expect. Blocks drop into the well and you need to completely fill a line, which is actually a layer since each quote-unquote line consists of a 5x5 grid, in order to clear away blocks. Unlike in true Tetris, where the well is much taller than it is wide, the space you're working with here is a cube. There are 5 levels of 5x5 block layers, and if a piece breaks beyond the kill line on the front of the cube, you're penalized by having one of the layers erased. The game becomes rapidly more difficult as layers vanish, as it leaves you less room to maneuver. Once you run out of layers altogether, the game ends. The standard 3D Tetris comes in 2 variants, similar in spirit to the A and B modes we saw in Game Boy Tetris. There's the usual endless mode in which you try to earn the highest score possible, as well as a mode called Clear It, in which you simply need to clear away 5 layers to win. The game becomes more unconventional once you shift away from the basic 3D Tetris mode. First, there's a puzzle mode that challenges you to create 3-dimensional shapes using a predefined set of blocks. Because this mode observes standard block gravity, you need to think not only of how to build the shapes, but also how to support their raised structures. Blocks won't simply stick in place once they reach a target space. They need physical bridge-style supports in order to span a gap. It's a challenging design that requires considerable planning and strong three-dimensional visualization skills. The difficulty ramps up pretty quickly, and there's no skipping ahead if you get stuck, though the game does have a battery-powered auto backup, so your hard-earned progress carries over from one session to the next. Finally, there's something called the center fill game, which is similar to standard 3D Tetris in that you're trying to clear layers of blocks. Unlike in the other mode though, the center block of each layer is a dead zone that causes any block placed there to vanish if you haven't met the proper conditions. The goal of center fill is to create symmetrical arrangements of blocks before placing a piece in the center. If your layer is tidy and even, dropping the center brick will cause that layer to clear away. The more spaces you have occupied on a layer when it's wiped, the more points you'll earn. It makes for a decent enough 3D interpretation of the falling block concept, but 3D Tetris isn't quite the home run it ought to be. T&E made some frustrating design choices here that diminish the overall experience. For one thing, they appear to have built this game on the same visual engine they used for Red Alarm. Everything appears here as wireframes, which is a reasonable enough choice on the technical front, I suppose. I don't think the Virtual Boy really had the horsepower necessary to fill the screen with solid polygons, so the wireframe approach allows 3D Tetris to drop blocks and have them rotate smoothly on all three axes. But even on Virtual Boy hardware, which is to say with parallax effects that don't come through in the single lens capture setup I use for these videos, 3D Tetris is visually challenging to deal with. Part of the problem is that the blocks are more complex than those of Tetris. They can bend and protrude on all three axes, and when you start sending jagged 3D wireframe boxes into a well of outlines, the headaches add up fast. The thing about Tetris is that you really need to be able to take in the entire active block well at a glance, and that's nearly impossible in 3D Tetris. The busy line work turns the well into a mess once pieces begin to stack. To combat this, T&E Soft uses the right margin of the screen to give you 5 layer-by-layer slices of the well to better indicate where gaps and blocks are located. But once the speed of the action ramps up, there's no realistic way to be able to shift your glance back and forth between the active well and the layer diagrams, especially since the diagrams don't incorporate parallax effects, which means your eyes are being forced to adjust from mono to stereo vision and back every time you shift focus from left to right. It's legitimately painful. Blockout never had this issue because it uses filled shapes with different colors, which makes it much easier to get a sense of the physical arrangement of the well at an instant glance. Obviously, differently colored blocks aren't possible on Virtual Boy, but the choice to go with vector-style lines rather than solids makes 3D Tetris both a difficult game and a difficult game to play for more than a few minutes at a time. T&E attempts to compensate for the busyness of the visuals by causing the well to constantly pivot. The rolling motion you see here is not optional. You can manually shift the well clockwise or counterclockwise by fixed increments, but so far as I can tell, there's no way to stop it from moving in general. This honestly causes more problems than it solves because the constant movement is incredibly distracting. Rather than allowing you to get a visual fix on the well and concentrate, you're forced to keep track of its motion or manually nudge the well back into its optimal position. This is a massive pain when you're trying to concentrate on a particular area and the rotation keeps causing that section of the well to move to the back of the screen. Yes, you can tap a button to reverse or advance the well's motion, but that seems like a lot to ask of the player when they're already trying to manage blocks in 3D and rotate pieces on 3 axes, all while being mindful of the dynamic cross-section diagrams in the rightmost margin. Another weird design choice, the blocks here have all been anthropomorphized, so the next piece display features a constant stream of weird, milk and cheese looking renditions of the blocks. I guess the idea was that putting wigs and angry eyebrows on the blocks would make it easier for players to see at a glance what's coming down the pipeline without the need to try and visually parse some very complex and abstract shapes on the fly, but yeah, I don't know about this one. All in all, 3D Tetris is more of a miss than a success. I feel like T&E was really trying their best on this one, but they had to fight against the fundamental limitations of a system designed for 3D gaming, yet not quite equipped to make 3D gaming work. And so, in that sense, I suppose you could say that 3D Tetris is a perfect capstone for the system's run in America. It's a noble attempt, but it just had too much working against it. Just like the Virtual Boy.
What? Shoot. What was the other game I played recently? Vertical Force.
Take out enemies. Each stage has a boss encounter at the end, naturally enough, and the midpoint of each level pits you against a recurring mini-boss, a suit of humanoid mech armor that learns new tricks each time you face off against it. And unlike the previous game, Vertical Force wasn't simply a conversion of an existing multi-platform title. It does, however, hew close to Hudson's core competency, just as much as Bomberman. Vertical Force is the most traditional console-style shoot-'em-up on Virtual Boy. Not that there was much competition, with Red Alarm going for immersive 3D and Waterworld being, well, whatever the heck it was that Waterworld was supposed to be. On the other hand, Vertical Force could just as easily have been called Star Soldier 3D. It's built in the style and format of Hudson's successful PC Engine and TurboGrafx 16 shooters, using many similar mechanics. Players control a starfighter scrolling upward and gunning down endless waves of enemy craft, facing off against huge bosses and gathering power-up icons along the way to boost the fighter's capabilities. You get a single life per game, though your craft doesn't explode upon contact. It can soak up about half a dozen hits. And it's okay. Vertical Force is visually pretty impressive. It's possibly the most graphically detailed game on Virtual Boy, with multiple layers of complex-looking space fortress structures to fly through. But overall, it feels a bit on the sloppy side, which may come as a bit of a surprise given Hudson's track record with shooters in the 90s. Shooters were kind of Hudson's thing. Company spokesperson Toshiyuki Takahashi made his name for his remarkable skill at the original Star Soldier and its predecessor Star Force. And Hudson hosted shooter-focused caravan events every year for nearly a decade in the 80s and 90s. A closer look at Vertical Force's credits, however, reveals a disappointing truth. None of the game's creative leads had any previous experience with any of those famous shooters. Folks like producer Kazunori Yasui and director Hitoshi Okuno primarily had experience with adventure games, Bomberman titles, the Newtopia action RPG series, and various and sundry Game Boy titles. This is the equivalent of Disney promoting a movie as being from the studio that brought you the Avengers, despite having no involvement by anyone who actually worked on the Avengers. Hudson collectively knew shooters, but they weren't really the Vertical Force team's forte. Which isn't to say Vertical Force is bad. It's certainly ambitious, and it brings the Star Soldier concept into Virtual Boy's 3D in a smart way. One of the defining features of Star Soldier, especially in its early entries, was its use of layering, as players could fly beneath structures within the environment. Vertical Force takes that idea and makes it into a central mechanic, creating multi-level stages that require players to move into and out of the background in order to slip around these structures. If this sounds oddly familiar, that's because it's extremely similar in concept to the disastrous D-Force for Super NES. Whatever else you might say about Vertical Force, you can at least take comfort in knowing that it handles this concept much more effectively than D-Force did. Rather than zooming the background in and out, Vertical Force instead zooms your ship. A combination of clever palette work, sprite scaling, and Virtual Boy parallax effects cause your vessel to shift between upper and lower levels with the press of a button. This happens much more quickly than in D-Force, and it lacks that game's disorienting zoom effect. You also need never worry about rising into unseen enemies on the foremost layer, because you always see bad guys, and they can switch between layers as well, using the same sort of scaling and palette shifting as the hero's ship. This turns Star Force's background-foreground element into something more meaningful than a mere gimmick. Here, it's integral to gameplay. Ducking and rising around the different pillars and beams of the enemy's fortress determines your path through the stage and shapes your combat tactics. Well, that's probably overselling it. Really, it just means that sometimes you can get snagged on the scenery and have to shift your position relative to the camera in order to get around the obstacle. But still, it's a neat idea. And that kind of sums up Vertical Force in a nutshell. A neat idea that doesn't quite live up to its potential. The game clocks in at a painfully brief 5 stages, and the first 3 of those are so numbingly easy, you could practically nap your way through them. Midway through stage 4, however, the intensity suddenly flies off the charts, and Vertical Force gets hard. Throughout everything leading up to stage 4, enemies rarely make use of dimension shifting, making it a tactic for the player to use almost exclusively to dodge fire and slip around barriers. In stage 4, however, enemies suddenly decide to go all in on layer switching. It's much harder to evade attacks when the attackers can suddenly zip up and smash into you from below. At the same time, enemies become a lot more aggressive with their projectiles as well in stage 4. Bullets, like everything else here, exist in layers, and you can evade projectiles easily by adjusting your altitude. But when you have far more enemies and bullets in both layers, and foes who follow you around no matter where you move, the game suddenly goes from toothless to cruel. It doesn't help that, of course, everything is rendered in monochrome. And even with artful palette tweaking and parallax effects, it's really hard to take in and process everything flying around on screen at once. The wildly inconsistent difficulty level and somewhat chaotic behavior of foes, I think, speaks to the development team's lack of experience with shooters. Or maybe it's just a side effect of the Virtual Boy's brief life. Vertical Force feels like a game that probably would have turned out pretty great with more time in the oven to refine its design and balance, but it's not like Virtual Boy afforded developers the opportunity to work out the kinks of their creations. It just wasn't around long enough. It's a shame because despite the lopsided balancing and eye-searingly busy visuals, Vertical Force is pretty decent. Besides making good on Star Soldier's layering mechanics, it also incorporates that franchise's streamlined power-up mechanics. Weapons appear as capsules, with each new pickup replacing your current weapon. There's a double blaster, a spread gun, a laser, and a shield, and each one can be upgraded if you collect a second capsule of the same type. Vertical Force also allows you to collect drone ships, similar to the options in Gradius, or mini-fighters in 1942. You can use the right D-pad to cycle between drone types, and each one has different properties. For example, some will change altitudes independently of the player in order to take out enemies. Each stage has a boss encounter at the end, naturally enough, and the midpoint of each level pits you against a recurring mini-boss, a suit of humanoid mech armor that learns new tricks each time you face off against it. It's a concept that appears in lots of other shooters, including various R-Types and Darius games, and it's every bit as good here as it is there. In conclusion, Vertical Force is a game of many contrasts. A mixed bag. Well, I could keep pouring on the cliches, but you get the idea. This builds on Hudson's legacy in a well-meaning way, but it doesn't quite turn out as well as you might like it to. Virtual Boy hosted a surprising number of great games, along with a handful of absolute stinkers, but Vertical Force falls into the merely mediocre category. Perhaps ironically, for a game about navigating the highest heights and the lowest depths, it ends up coming in somewhere in the middle. Sound the alarm, it's a Virtual Boy game. It's Virtual Boy Works Episode 4. Red Alarm was published by Nintendo, but it's actually the first of Virtual Boy's third-party titles. It comes to us from T&E Soft, the company behind things like Hydlide and more golf games than you can possibly begin to conceive. According to an interview, Virtual Boy's arrival happened to coincide with T&E's decision to make the move into 3D gaming. As part of this transition, it seems T&E was bound and determined to wager on as many wrong horses as possible. Rather than leaping immediately onto PlayStation and Nintendo 64, they decided to focus heavily on 3DO, Saturn, and Virtual Boy. Be that as it may, Nintendo turned out to be so enthusiastic about T&E's first project for the platform, they decided to bring it in-house and publish it themselves. It's hard to know whether this says more about the quality of Red Alarm or the dearth of promising third-party projects for Virtual Boy. Red Alarm isn't a bad piece of tech. Certainly it fares a whole lot better than T&E's other big contemporary push into the 3D realm, Virtual Hydlide for Saturn. Virtual Hydlide was an abomination of digitized graphics that would be comical if not for the fact that it's so painful to play. Red Alarm, on the other hand, is a messy and decidedly troubled 3D shooter, but it's cool, and it really puts Virtual Boy's hardware through its paces in every respect. I can't
By the time of Virtual Hydlide.
Saturn and Nintendo 64, they decided to focus heavily on 3DO, Saturn, and Virtual Boy's arrival happened to coincide with T&E's decision to make the move into 3D gaming. As part of this transition, it seems T&E was bound and determined to wager on as many wrong horses as possible. Rather than leaping immediately onto PlayStation and Nintendo 64, they decided to focus heavily on 3DO, Saturn, and Virtual Boy. Be that as it may, Nintendo turned out to be so enthusiastic about T&E's first project for the platform, they decided to bring it in-house and publish it themselves. It's hard to know whether this says more about the quality of Red Alarm or the dearth of promising third-party projects for Virtual Boy. Red Alarm isn't a bad piece of tech. Certainly it fares a whole lot better than T&E's other big contemporary push into the 3D realm, Virtual Hide-Lide for Saturn. Virtual Hide-Lide was an abomination of digitized graphics that would be comical if not for the fact that it's so painful to play. Red Alarm, on the other hand, is a messy and decidedly troubled 3D shooter, but it's cool, and it really puts Virtual Boy's hardware through its paces in every respect. I can't help but wonder whether or not Nintendo's interest in Red Alarm stemmed at least in part from the fact that it feels like something approaching a proper realization of what Nintendo R&D 1 and Argonaut Software had attempted to achieve on Game Boy with quirky import classic X. Thanks to Dylan Cuthbert's programming chops, X had managed to squeeze a first-person, free-range 3D shooter out of the Game Boy's pitiful little processor. Red Alarm simply takes this concept to the next level. It's a free-roaming 3D shooter rendered in wireframes, just like X. But unlike X, it involves flying through complex structures rather than over largely featureless planes. And of course, it makes extensive use of Virtual Boy's 3D visuals. In fact, this game, perhaps more than any other on the system, practically necessitates the use of Virtual Boy's 3D graphical functions. Viewed in 2D, Red Alarm is almost visually indecipherable. You travel through three-dimensional spaces here, gunning down foes and changing your altitude and even your pitch in order to navigate corridors and caverns. Because it's drawn entirely in wireframes, you really have to rely on Virtual Boy's parallax effects to help your eyes determine relative distances and the loosely intended structures of the environments. I apologize that the game looks like such an absolute mess in this video. Red Alarm was not intended to be viewed like it's some glorified Game Boy game. When I said Red Alarm puts the Virtual Boy's hardware through its eyes that the game looks and the loosely intended Boy's parallax effects to help your eyes determine relative distances and the loosely intended structures of the environments. I apologize that the game looks like such an absolute mess in this video. Red Alarm was not intended to be viewed like it's some glorified Game Boy game. When I said Red Alarm puts the Virtual Boy's hardware through its paces, that also includes the controller. It makes use of both D-pads to allow you to move through true 3D space cleanly. There are a few different control options here, but all of them involve using one pad to bank and turn, and the other to move laterally on either your vertical or horizontal axis. You can also set the lateral control to provide a quick boost movement instead of steady motion, something that comes in especially handy for dodging enemy fire. The L trigger is a rapid turn booster, and the R button is naturally your trigger. Another case of the Virtual Boy predicting modern dual analog control schemes years before such things existed. The controller's face buttons alter your speed, allowing you to move at one of three different velocities, perform a brief afterburner boost, or come to a complete stop. Navigating Red Alarm's environments is tricky, but combat itself is a fairly stripped-down affair. You fire a simple blaster if you rapidly press the attack button, and you'll lock on to fire homing attacks at foes when you refrain from shooting for a moment. The first time I played Red Alarm, back in 1995, I found it fairly confusing. Now it feels pretty rote, as countless more games have followed in its footsteps. Of course, a big part of what made Red Alarm so confusing, and makes it somewhat confusing even now, are its graphics. By 1995, I was no stranger to true 3D combat. I'd already played Interplay's Descent, which is a far more complicated and taxing take on true 3D combat than Red Alarm. It's a game that demanded so much precision I bought a flight stick to play it. Red Alarm is more of an arcade-style shooter than Descent, so complicated and taxing take on true 3D combat than Red Alarm. It's a game that demanded so much precision I bought a flight stick to play it. Red Alarm is more of an arcade-style shooter than Descent was. But Descent was still easier to play in a lot of ways because it had fully filled and textured polygons to define its world. So even though you were banking and yawing through a 360-degree analog sphere versus Red Alarm's more rigid spaces, it was far easier to get a sense of the world around you in Descent. At any given moment, Red Alarm's world is a jumbled mess of lines. The visuals are reminiscent of early 80s vector shooters like Star Wars and Tempest, but it has a more ambitious design that just doesn't pair well with the minimalist visual style. It doesn't help that Red Alarm's abstract wireframes are paired with some of the lousiest draw distances ever seen in a 3D game. This becomes especially troubling in the second phase of each stage, where your linear progression through tunnel-like environments comes to a halt and you instead face off against a boss in a closed arena. These boss battles quickly degenerate into frustrating exercises in hide and seek. You inflict a little damage on the foe, then it scurries away to the unseen depths of the arena, well beyond the edges of the rendering engine's meager skills. Beating bosses is less about enduring their attacks than it is about finding them before your fuel runs dry, and avoiding taking too much damage from the respawning minions that appear around the end zone. I don't know that I'd call Red Alarm bad, but I'm not sure I'd call it especially fun either. It's a daring and ambitious technological exercise to be sure, but it severely overreaches what the Virtual Boy hardware was capable of handling. It's hard to come down too hard on a game that demonstrates such ambition, and in a lot of ways this genuinely feels like a game ahead of its time. It's a twin-stick, or twin D-pad anyway, 3D shooter that tries to combine linear and freeform combat, all on a portable system. Alas, the poor Virtual Boy, impressive as its sprite-pushing capabilities may have been, just wasn't quite up to the task of everything Red Alarm wanted it to do in 3D. It's a bold first Virtual Boy effort from T&E Soft, and you can certainly understand why Nintendo decided to pick it up for release. It's a pretty impressive tech demo, but as a game it doesn't stick the landing. And fighting through the 6 small stages here turns out to be a remarkably difficult feat due to the game design and tech constantly tripping over one another. Like Virtual Boy itself, Red Alarm is a neat idea that didn't quite turn out as its creators intended. Before, well, here.
Shit, dude. I can't get it.
Here we go. Welcome to episode 1 of Virtual Boy Works. Yes, that's right, I've launched another work series focusing on the chronology of a Nintendo platform. The difference here is that I actually have a solid shot of finishing this one within my lifetime. In fact, I'm aiming for about 6 months. The Virtual Boy was Nintendo's least successful platform ever, with a global install base that never even hit 1 million units. The company and its licensees only produced 22 officially released games for the platform, and over the first half of 2019, I intend to tackle them all. Virtual Boy has a terrible reputation, but that mostly has to do with the hardware, I think. My intention with Virtual Boy Works is to explore the console's entire library and give its software a fair shake. Do people bag on Virtual Boy games because they're bad games, or because they're games on a bad system? My hunch is the latter, and while I don't think there's any salvation for the Virtual Boy itself in store for this series, I have a feeling the games will probably fare better. Before we begin, I'd like to say just a few words on the behind-the-scenes stuff. The footage in this series, when possible, will be recorded from original Virtual Boy hardware that's been modded with a video out connector. The nature of this mod, which was created and sold by Furtek and installed by Jacob Proctor, means you won't be seeing game footage here in 3D. The system generates two simultaneous stereo images to create its 3D view, but the mod only outputs the left eye image. I've also used a grayscale color palette for these videos reminiscent of the Game Boy, rather than going with a red-tinted palette that resembles the image seen on the console itself. While I'd prefer to go with the red for authenticity, YouTube's compression algorithm destroys red and black graphics, and would make this series look completely terrible. Ultimately, I've decided to go with the option that makes for better video quality, rather than to go after nostalgic warm fuzzies. But hey, when the footage here is used for the eventual Virtual Boy Works book, I'll be sure to throw a red overlay on top of the screenshots. Virtual Boy Works will explore the entire Virtual Boy library worldwide, all 22 games. Virtual Boy Works will explore the entire Virtual Boy library worldwide, all 22 games, but I'm taking a slightly different approach here than usual. We'll be looking at the US game chronology first, and then tackling the 8 Japan-only releases as a sort of postscript. Finally, special thanks to Chris Kohler of Kotaku, who has lent me his complete Virtual Boy library for this project, and who will be collaborating with me on the book version. Be sure to support his work and follow him on Twitter at KobunHeat. Virtual Boy was Nintendo's fourth console, chronologically speaking, and every one of these systems was unified by the presence of two constants. First, there was tennis. Tennis showed up at the NES's US launch. If you really want to go deep, a version of that tennis game had been the first Versus Unisystem release in arcades a year and a half before that as well. In 1989, tennis showed up on Game Boy, and finally, Super Tennis arrived a couple of months after the Super NES's 1991 release, too. The second Nintendo console constant, of course, were the Mario games that always came in tow. Donkey Kong on Famicom, Super Mario Bros. On NES, Super Mario Land on Game Boy, and Super Mario World on Super NES. Tennis and Mario, the two reliable tentpoles of a new Nintendo console. Unsurprisingly then, Nintendo decided to combine the two for Virtual Boy's launch. Not only is the console's American pack-in title an adaptation of tennis, it's also a Mario game. It's Mario's Tennis. Mario's Tennis may not seem remarkable in the here and now, where more than half a dozen of these things exist, but it was a bit more fresh in 1995. This Virtual Boy release marked the first time the Mario gang had appeared in a tennis title as a Super Mario Kart-style selectable character pantheon. Mario was no stranger to sports by this point in his career, of course. He had served as line judge on the NES and Game Boy tennises, and refereed in Punch-Out! Even so, prior to Mario's Tennis, he had only gotten his white-gloved hands dirty in the gentleman's sports of golf and racing. Here, for the first time, he hits the court with 6 friends and rivals for both singles and doubles matches. Nintendo really seemed to like the results. In addition to shipping this as the pack-in title for the American Virtual Boy, Mario's Tennis kicked off a franchise of Mario-centric tennis titles that continues to this day. Mario's Tennis made perfect sense as a pack-in. Besides featuring the company's best-selling mascot character, it also presented players with a concise mission statement for the Virtual Boy itself. After all, tennis is arguably the single oldest video game genre, depending on how you parse the medium and its history. Physicist William Higginbotham created Tennis for Two way back in 1958, a game that ran on an oscilloscope and more or less proved that, yes, people can control video signals for the sake of entertainment. A decade and a half later, Pong would become the world's first commercial video game hit, a primitive adaptation of table tennis that dominated gaming throughout much of the 70s. Even Nintendo got its start in video gaming by selling standalone home Pong clones. As such, it serves as a sort of calibration exercise for each new system that comes along. How does this gaming platform compare to what's come before? What's special about it? A console's first take on the most venerable gaming genre speaks volumes. And here we have tennis on Virtual Boy. And the whole thing absolutely plays up the central hook of this daring little mess of a system. Thanks to the console's power and 3D visualization feature, Mario's Tennis finally allows Nintendo's designers to realize a dream they had been pursuing since the original NES Tennis: a down-in-the-action, court-height visual perspective. Unlike most early tennis games, which used a side-on perspective, Nintendo always presented their courts with a skewed point of view that made the forecourt larger than the backcourt to create a sense of depth. But Mario's Tennis is the first time we've seen the camera drop down to put players into the thick of the action, with the active character front and center on the screen at all times. This puts it on roughly equal footing with contemporary PlayStation launch title 3D Power Serve Tennis. Of course, it lacks the polygonal graphics of that game, but the point still comes across. The perspective here allows players to run far enough forward and laterally to cause entire portions of the court to shift out of view, making for, by far, the smoothest and most immersive tennis game we've seen on a Nintendo system to this point. The court movement is a lot more convincing than some Super NES Mode 7 effect would be. It helps that the Virtual Boy's self-contained screens allowed the system to enjoy a widescreen resolution unique among game systems at the time. Its aspect ratio is about 40% wider than standard television-based consoles of the era, which gives you more lateral visual information here and allows the action to zoom in close to the characters, without losing important visual details surrounding the characters. It also helps that despite boasting graphics that look like blood-soaked Game Boy visuals, Virtual Boy was a considerably more powerful system than that console or even the Super NES. Running on a 32-bit RISC chip, Virtual Boy could display 2 simultaneous widescreen stereo images. And because that processor was mostly pushing monochrome bitmap sprites rather than polygons, it could do a lot with those humble elements. Just look at the character sprites here, they're huge and detailed. These are some of the best sprites anyone had ever seen on a Nintendo system to this point, and they move freely around a tennis court that scales and skews fluidly in all directions. And of course the fact that you can run into and out of the court while hitting a ball that moves into and out of the screen, as other characters scale up and down based on your distance from them, neatly showcases not only the Virtual Boy's hardware power, but also its 3D effects. There's a genuinely convincing sense of immersion here as you run around the court and the ball volleys back and forth over the net, all enhanced by the excellent sprite work. In fact, this game is much harder to play without the 3D effect. Seen here in this video, the ball always appears a little larger than seems natural, and its location along the Z-axis is hard to judge. But when viewed on the Virtual Boy itself with Stereo 3D, the illusion works perfectly. The whizzy visuals go a long way toward making up for the fact that, as a tennis game, Mario's Tennis actually feels pretty flat. Well, figuratively flat. For starters, it represents a pretty significant step backward from Game Boy Tennis and Super Tennis in that it only supports play for a single person. Yes, Virtual Boy is physically designed to be used by a single person to the exclusion of all else, but the system included a port for a link cable. That link cable was sadly never released, and even if it had been, Mario's Tennis was still only designed to be played solo. If you select doubles mode, you simply get to play with 3 other AI-controlled participants. Dogged Nintendo fans have both created their own ersatz link cables and patched a number of games to include multiplayer, including this one, but out of the box, Mario's Tennis immediately took players back in time more than a decade to the single-player mundanity of NES Tennis. Multiplayer support was a huge selling point for the Game Boy version in particular, so already you can see an example of the unfortunate choices that haunted Virtual Boy for its brief lifetime. As we've seen with single-player sports games over the course of the work series, the experience here is regulated entirely by the quality of the artificial intelligence. And in this case, On the easy difficulty, you can basically cheese the entire game by drawing your opponent to the left side of the screen and then slicing right. Meanwhile, on normal and hard difficulty, you can basically roll over and die. There's not really much in between. There are some other fine differences between difficulty levels. For example, characters' bodies can obscure the ball on screen on hard, but for the most part, hard simply means the AI is way more aggressive, rarely misses the ball, and is a lot stricter about your own timing and commands. Mario's Tennis may make use of Virtual Boy's fancy graphical capabilities, but it does little to take advantage of the system's weird and complicated controller, which contains 2 face buttons, 2 shoulder buttons, and 2 D-pads. Everything you can do here is executed on 1 D-pad and the 2 face buttons. There are no dives or dashes with the shoulder buttons or anything along those lines. There are also no special moves or power smashes available as there would be in future Mario Tennis titles. As such, the only differentiators between characters are their stats: speed, racket size, and strength. The 7 characters here seem to have carried over their general traits from Super Mario Kart. Mario is the boring all-rounder, Yoshi is crazy fast but clumsy with his racket, and Donkey Kong Jr. is slow but powerful. As an aside, it's interesting that DK Jr. represents the Kong family here, since Mario's Tennis arrived a full year after Donkey Kong Country wiped and rewrote the whole Kong family tree. It's hard to know if that means Nintendo hadn't fully committed to the new Kong canon, or if Mario's Tennis had just been in the works long enough that his character sprite work.
Do I have to clip it? Because I can't tell where I'm at on the leaderboards, because I was smashing.
Racket size and strength. The 7 characters here seem to have carried over their general traits.
Why did they ruin like Twitch clips? Like, why can't I full screen it anymore on Twitch clips?
As an aside, it's interesting that DK Jr. represents the Kong family here, since Mario's Tennis arrived a full year after Donkey Kong Country.
Where am I at on the leaderboards after that?
Wrote the whole Kong family tree. It's hard.
How am I supposed to know which one is me?
It's hard.
Oh, I'm like 28. That's not good, man. We can't fucking fall behind. Right? I just don't get how you're supposed, like, you gotta know some shit about golf, that's for sure.
Reset. Okay. I finally got the hang of that. It was so difficult. What is this? Reset Areno. Finishes first in the golf tournament.
We need -6.
Linkum's
Wow.
par 4 with the total of -6. Linkum.
No, this is gonna be fucking hard to finish this. Wow.
Predates Donkey Kong Country. In any case, the 7 characters are mostly what you'd expect. Mario, Luigi, Princess Toadstool, not yet Peach in the English versions, Toad, Yoshi, Donkey Kong Jr., and a lone Koopa Troopa. Bowser is conspicuous by his absence. Presumably, he was too busy planning his upcoming Super Mario 64 schemes to be able to participate in this game. Whatever the case, the characters all look great here. They've been animated with huge, lively sprites. They each have their own expressive reactions to the outcome of the game, from the princess's grin of delight at winning to Luigi's hang-dong expression when he whiffs a play. The Virtual Boy was notorious for causing headaches during extended play sessions, but the design of Mario's Tennis doesn't really reflect the helicopter mom approach Nintendo adopted to minimize playtime. A quick game with options set for a speedy match takes a good 15 minutes, and a full format match could take as much as an hour. Not really the ideal for those who aren't fans of eye strain. Meanwhile, the tournament mode, in which you work your way through a tree of competitors to jockey for the top slot, could theoretically take even longer than that, though it's weirdly unforgiving. If you lose a match, there's no continue or retry option. It's simply game over. So on the whole, Mario Tennis really kind of feels like the Virtual Boy experience in a nutshell. It's visually a delight, with effective use of 3D depth and boasting some attractive graphics. But in terms of actual gameplay, it feels anemic and poorly considered. It lacks features present in the primitive tennis for Game Boy, including the crucial multiplayer options that make sports games worth playing in the first place. There's no denying it looks great though, and it set the stage for some genuinely great Mario-themed sports titles that would appear in the years ahead. So while it's perhaps not an essential work, it's an interesting one all the same.
It's going fucking horrible already. I don't know, we're just gonna do it. Yeah. That was bad.
T and ESA present.
Goodness me, man. Okay.
He and Esau present.
What the fuck? Oh shit. Let's go. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Who's in first? So -2 or -1 people in first. Wait, why are they on hole 8? Huh? Where's the password? I didn't see a password for that. I don't know, I didn't get a password, so I'm a little confused by that. it went too far. God damn it. I don't know where the password is. That's the confusing thing about it. Just hoping that continue works. When did I get a password? What? I don't see a password when I did that shit. I find that super weird. Where's the password at? Where do you see a password in this game? Dude, I just lost it. I don't get it. How are you supposed to see a password? Can you? Where do you see a password, dude? What? Dude, what? This shit makes no sense to me. Where is the password? Oh, are you fucking kidding me, man? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, you have to manually go, do you want to quit in menu? Oh my god, that's how you get the password. Fuck, man. I didn't do that, I just didn't fucking know. Where's the password, dude? That's a challenging question, man. I don't know. Cryptic as fuck is what this game is, man. Something that basic. You just have to guess and you have to quit. It's so stupid because we already did this first hole. I have to do it again. Another hour to do it. Goodness me, dude. It's never gonna work because I can't tell. I can't even tell what I'm looking at with the grounds, man. Maybe it's because it's 2D and not 3D for me. I don't know.
He and Esau present.
Fucking ridiculous to have to do this again, dude. Fuck, man. I'm hungry now.
He and Esau present.
My god. It's not good enough. Yeah, we're at 5th stroke now. Fuck, dude. No. It's garbage. I think I'm fucked now. This is not the place I want to be. God, it went nowhere. I just don't know how fucking far it's gonna go. Just completely guessing, dude. I don't fucking know. What? Don't fucking pause it, dude. What are you doing? I need some fucking food or something. This shit's making me so upset. Oh, here we go. Stop it. No! God, the wind is fucking strong. Jesus, man. No, I overestimated the wind. Fuck, man. I need some freaking food. I hate this game.
He and Esau present. He and Esau present. He and Esau present. Isa present. He and Isa present. He and Isa present. He and Isa present. and ESA present. T and ESA present. T and ESA present. Isa present. He and Isa present. He and Isa present. He and Isa present. ESA present. P and ESA present.
Oh boy. 2 hours and we haven't done the first hole. I mean, we did, but I didn't know how to get the password then, so I'm wasting my whole life right now. Sad, but it's true. This is like pretty good right now. Come on, we gotta get it. Yes. Okay. Remember, we gotta get the password, guys. We gotta get the freaking password. Nah, it's not good. Remember, don't reset. Get the freaking password. Get the freaking password. It's a colossal mistake I made. No, this is not gonna go well. Yeah, so we're gonna get the password here. 2 hours to finish the first thing, like twice. So we got a screenshot. And a screenshot. Do you want to quit? Yeah, we're quitting. We gotta put in the password. Oh wow. Okay. Are you fucking serious? That's how that works? It's after every hit? Oh my god, I fucked up then. Oh my god, I fucked up. I didn't realize you could do it this way. Wait, what? I didn't realize you could do it after every hit and just infinite retry. That makes this so much easier, what the fuck? Actually insane. Yeah, we're restarting again, but it's possible we can do it, like, get -1 here, potentially. We're gonna retry that one. Yeah, this game is making me
He and Etha present.
No. Alright, we can get the password here. It's insane how many passwords there are in this game, though. Isn't that like the same as the one I just got? It's weird, man. This is really weird. The way passwords work in this game, I'm pretty confused by it. Huh. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. Continue. It's so much pain. 5, 8, 7, 3, 6, 6, 7, 5, 1. Wait, what? Continue. This is so confusing now. I just did nothing correct. 7, 3, 6, 8, 6, 6, 7, 5, 1. Oh, if we reset the game. Okay, so you can't, you have to reset and then manually put it every time. Okay, so I mean, oh, I must have the old one then. So I mean, we can just go back here, I guess. Man, though, like, fuck. So I mean, we have this one, so we can just do that. It's fucked up though, I feel like. Just figuring stuff out. We have to reset and manually put it. Man, this is jarring to look at. Oh, it's pretty rough to play too. Three, 2, 5, 8, 3, 1. Okay. Can we get it? I don't know if I want to move it. I don't know. Let's try it. No. Yeah. That's a reset.
He and Esau present.
Okay. Try something. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing because I don't know what I'm looking at. Okay. That sucks. Okay, well.
He and Ethos present. That was too bad. That was really bad. Fairly certain that was really bad. Two things went wrong there. Usually only one thing goes wrong. Alright. Oh, okay. Wonder if there's any good YouTube videos.
Reflect on your bike, my man. If you're gonna. Thank you. Goodbye.
Alright, we'll watch this
hit me in
one.
the face once, and then I just lost my. Like,
Oh, this one might be good.
Please take my baby.
What's the address of the emergency?
My baby. My baby was shot. My baby is a shot.
Who was it that shot them?
It was her grandma.
Rummy, you don't rape and pillage the earth and think you don't get judged. Got you taking all the resources out of the land. Racking and killing up the buffaloes, and now we ain't got nothing.
On December 9th, 2023, in Liberty Township, Ohio, 43-year-old Mia Desiree Harris is accused of shooting her 6-month-old granddaughter, Myra, in a brutal rampage. As devastated family members rush to save the child, investigators are left with the daunting task of uncovering what could have possibly driven her to commit such an unthinkable crime. It's when she's left alone in the following never-before-seen interrogation that her shocking revelations, twisted messages, and sinister motives begin to surface.
Did she say anything when she handed you the baby?
She had a smile on her face. She was smirking.
Told you I'd beat you at your own game. This is chess. Not checkers.
It's 1:50 a.m. when a Butler County emergency dispatcher answers the 911 call of a distraught mother.
Someone shot my baby. Hurry, please.
Someone shot your baby?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay,
hurry.
ma'am, they're coming. Ma'am,
Hurry, please.
how old's your baby?
She is 6 months old. Hurry.
Okay, are you...
Her, please.
Okay, ma'am, is the person still there?
That was pretty good.
I don't know. I think so.
Okay, who was it that shot them? They're coming, ma'am. Who was it that shot them?
It was her grandma.
Where is the baby, ma'am?
It's in my arms. I'm trying to hold pressure to the wound. I don't.
Okay, where is the baby shot?
I don't know. I'm trying to find. I think in her neck. I think she shot twice. If I ever did anything good, please give my baby. She shot my baby.
Destiny.
No, I'm
who's
trying
that?
to find. I think in her neck. I think she shot twice. If I ever did anything good, please give my baby. She shot my baby.
Destiny. Destiny.
Oh God, we have to keep her alive.
Destiny.
We have to keep her alive.
Mia, who had fled the scene, was seen driving into oncoming traffic down the interstate. She was quickly intercepted by the police.
Stop, stop. Stand down! On your face, now! I got lethal. I got hands. What? Car's clear. Female. 41-1 in custody. Stand up. Up.
As Mia was apprehended in a state of undress, officers at the station bring her a sweater and a pair of shoes before leaving her to wait for investigators to arrive. More of the earlier 911 call sheds some light on her state of mind.
Do you know why your grandma did this?
Because she was mad at us. She's going crazy. Poor Myra. It's going to be okay for her, Myra. It's going to be okay for her, Myra. It's going to be okay. Myra's going to be okay. God's going to protect her. Oh my God, how bad is it?
6-month-old Myra was rushed to the University of Cincinnati Westchester Hospital before being flown to a separate hospital for emergency care. Her condition was critical.
What we're doing? You tell me. You recording. But I ain't talking like that. Unless you be with me my money. Because I mean that shit. I don't care about you having my ID or none of that. I want my shit. You can't deny what you did to the body, though. You can't deny what you did to me. Run me my money. Run me my shit. You don't break me, pillage the earth, and think don't get judged. Catch me.
Her patience runs thin, and it won't be long before her behavior rapidly descends into even more violence.
Judge not, lest ye be judged. This is not greed. This is right. Make it right. You done raped and pillaged the earth of all its resources and its values, and now you think you're gonna take it? It's for everybody. Nobody should be struggling, having to pay mass amount of money for nothing. Y'all leave me here, lock me in a prison, whatever you think you're gonna do, I got a story too. Let's go. I don't care what you do. Now I'm done talking. So we can sit here as long as you want. And if you keep making me sit and wait, I won't start talking. I'm gonna start releasing.
While her demands make little sense now, she'll soon dive into chilling details that piece together a disturbing narrative with harrowing implications. In the meantime, Mia decides she's waited long enough.
Dang it! I'm
fucked
not
up.
playing. Y'all ain't got no authority. Matter of fact, let me go. Y'all ain't read me no rights. Y'all ain't read me. Can I go?
No, have a seat.
Then what we doing? Cause y'all ain't doing that.
We're gonna be there and talk to you in just.
When? Cause I've been here for some time.
You've been here for about 35, 40 minutes.
No, it hasn't been.
Yes, ma'am.
No, it hasn't been.
Yeah.
No, it
We'll
hasn't
be
been.
in right now. Talk to you just a sec. Give me just a sec.
Y'all watching me. I know you watching me. Talk about it's been on 30 minutes. Been longer than that. Stop it. It's been hours. I know what you're doing. Let me out of here.
With her self-control hanging by a thread, Mia's behavior soon plunges into a dramatic downward spiral, setting the tone for the upcoming interview.
You wanted to silence me. You should have accepted me, but you wanted to judge me. Okay? After pimping me, taking all the resources out of the land, racking and killing up the buffaloes, and now we ain't got nothing. Now all of a sudden you gonna jump the ship and take my shit with the casinos?
Seconds later, two detectives finally join Mia in the interrogation room, though the current state of things leaves them with a less than ideal first impression.
Oh, what happened? We gotta fix this, man.
After the detectives take a moment to reset the room and Mirandize their suspect, questioning finally begins.
So what happened tonight?
No! Fuck.
You don't look like a bad person. So apparently something had to transpire that set these events in action.
Clearly someone made you upset tonight.
Oh my god, this sucks.
The world made me upset.
Back at the hospital, the baby's mother, Destiny, who is in a long-term relationship with Mia's son, begins to explain her version of events. As she retells what happened, it quickly becomes apparent that this heartbreaking incident is far more complex than anyone first realized.
Can you tell me what? You said something happened. Something's been going on recently.
A couple of days ago, my baby was crying while I was asleep, and she woke me up screaming at me and stuff, and then she kind of left me alone, and then later that day she was saying I tried her, and she was like trying to she was screaming at me, and I didn't know what I did to her, and then she came and she apologized and said she was sorry, and then she's fighting demons and all this other crazy witchcraft stuff.
Meanwhile, Mia continues to keep her version of events to herself. However, she won't stay silent for long, and her unrestrained rantings will soon erupt beyond anything they could have imagined.
I'm not talking anymore.
So there's nothing we can do to help you. That's what you're saying? Not a thing in the world.
Other than letting me go and giving me my stuff. Nope.
Can I ask you what stuff that you think that we have of yours?
You know that you got it, man. We ain't doing that. We're not doing that. Don't act stupid. If you want to act stupid, then act stupid. But you're not stupid.
The only reason we're in here is to get your side of the story. That is it. Because there's, as you know, two sides to every story.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Though Mia refuses to explain herself, Destiny shares the eerie details from that night.
And then today she was saying she was screaming at me, screaming, "Get off me, get off me." And there's no one in my room, there was demons or something. And she was saying, "I know you're in my house, I know you can hear me." And then she woke me up and she threw me on the floor and she punched me in my mouth, and then she started punching me in my head, and then
After the attack, Destiny explains that she ran with her baby to the bedroom belonging to Mia's mother and locked the door.
So you're just going to let people think that you're an absolute monster. You're good with that.
I'm not a monster.
I know you're not a monster. We know you're not a
World is
monster.
a monster.
Agreed. And guess what story we have? We've got everybody's side of the story. And guess who the bad guy is in their eyes?
Me.
You.
And I'm the one that's crazy. I get all of that.
and she started shooting at the door, and I heard the shots, and I didn't know it was a real gun.
Okay, so
Said she started shooting at. How many shots did you hear?
I don't know, 1, 2, maybe. She started shooting at the door, and then she kicked open the door, and then I don't know if she kicked it open or broke it open. I don't know how she got in the door, but she tried to shoot me. She was pointing a gun at me, and I was running.
According to the report, Mia's mother was also injured as she allegedly grappled with Mia over the gun, causing it to fire. While the bullet missed her, the hot flash from the muzzle caused visible burns on her forehead.
So where was the baby at this
She was
point?
sleeping on the bed, but after she couldn't get to me, she shot the baby.
You're the only one that can tell us otherwise. Who else is going to? No one we've talked to is, I promise you, not lying to you. I won't lie to you one time while we're sitting in here.
He sold me. He sold me. They raped, killing. Hey, you pyramided. I'm hurt.
I know it's hard. Look at you.
I'm struggling. I can barely live, but they have taken everything from me. I shouldn't have to live like that. No! That's not how my house is. It ain't just about it being cluttered. You get tired of picking up and cleaning up after in a house. And then you turn around and you call and you ask for somebody to fix something and they don't come fix it.
That's good.
But they keep going up on my rent. They've been going up on my rent. I've been there 17 years.
So I'm in
I
second.
don't get a job. I can't get a job to pay me worth nothing. I know who I am in this world. They have held me down and kept me down and they have raped and pillaged and took everything from me every time I go to a job.
Mia's sister reveals that she has experienced dramatic life changes that may be driving her erratic behavior to unsettling extremes.
She just lost her job last night.
Okay.
Her and her boyfriend broke up, and he told her that she was basically like she has no motivation. She has no hustle, and they've been going at it for a long time. She's going through a heartbreak, a breakup.
Has she said
she lost her job yesterday at 9:30 last night?
I can't even move out. All you do is rent. Then you want to talk about, oh, we can take care of you. No, I don't want you to take care of me. You could have paid me.
As Mia continues to unleash a torrent of frustrations, the worst is yet to come.
I want the back pay, the right pay that I should have got paid. You're supposed to take care of me. Because I was taking care of you. It angers me.
Password.
While Mia hints that her anger stems from financial struggles, it's unclear how those frustrations would amount to such a horrific action taken toward an innocent child. However, additional details about her recent behavior suggest a far more disturbing descent into a twisted reality.
Has she? You said she was talking about demons.
Yeah, she's been like hallucinating for a couple weeks. She's been screaming and singing and all this other stuff, and we've never gotten into any type of argument or anything ever.
Why your granddaughter?
That wasn't my granddaughter.
Who was she?
I don't know, but that wasn't my granddaughter.
How do you know?
Because that demon was in my house. And that's why I could not sleep. And that's why I was fighting, and I've been fighting for my life. For the past few nights, I have not been able to sleep. But she's sleeping in my house like a log. Like she's a demon. Her baby in there crying. And she's in there like a log.
So is the demon gone?
No, I didn't get the demon. My mom protected the demon.
She was saying, remember, Malachi, you can't have any babies. That's a demon. That's a white girl. That's a white girl.
Has she said anything like that prior to recently?
Never.
It's a lot deeper than this. And I need you to know that this is a lot deeper than this.
We've got time.
This goes into the government. This goes into wealthy families.
How does that pertain to your family specifically?
Because they made a deal with them for them to come over here and we were going to teach them how to farm. And then that turned into them taking our land and us working for them. And then them building civilizations.
I mean specifically the family that live with you right now, not your ancestors. The ones that are in the house with you.
No, they just depend on me to do everything.
Buying diapers, formula,
No,
and all that.
they do that for her.
And why judgment on the baby?
It wasn't just on you, baby. It was on you,
Oh, I know.
baby, and the mom.
Like I said, we've got, talk to everyone. I know that.
Yeah.
Why the baby and the mom?
Because they don't
And your
belong-
mom, right?
They don't belong to my family.
They're what?
They don't belong to my family.
Okay.
They're corrupting my family.
How so?
And like I said, it does go back further. I know you don't want to hear that, but it does.
As her accusations and complaints over her son's girlfriend continue, it soon becomes clear that her resentments are not limited to her own family.
She's not trying to go get a job. She's not trying to go get no education. You're not getting in this line. That, not this lineage. We don't do that. We earn, we work. We can't even get our basic needs met. What that's about? You want to keep on making new iPhones and cell phones and all that, and they ain't coming out with new features. For what? And now cell phones up to $1,300 for what? Look at Congo. Y'all know how they cry. They feel like I feel. Congo feels like I feel.
Detectives, still grappling to make sense of her motive, return to questions surrounding 6-month-old Myra.
Talking about the baby.
Okay.
What about the baby?
Why? Why'd you pass judgment?
Let's go. Let's go.
Is that also an attack on the mother?
My family.
Was it hurt the family?
Yeah, it was to hurt my family.
Do you think you succeeded in hurting your family?
I don't know.
You did. Feel better?
I was crucified. That was what I was supposed to do.
You crucified yourself?
And that's what I was supposed to do. They crucified me. So I had to crucify them. That was the judgment. Unfortunately. Wasn't what I wanted. It's what they asked for.
Why tonight?
Because I saw who was trying to steal my stuff. The wrong people.
When did you first find out about this?
I've been going through for a while. I've been suffering for a while. I've been under attack after attack after attack after attack after attack after attack after attack. How long? I'm 43 years old. It was mercy for real. I knew your secrets. I know all the secrets. I don't want to spill nobody's secrets and business. Just give me what you owe me.
You said mercy.
Yeah, mercy.
That makes a lot of sense.
But after I kept getting attacked and attacked and attacked because they was trying to take my life, I went ahead and just said, I ended it. I don't want to fight no more. I'm sick of this. This world is evil and wicked. I went to the church. They judged me. They did not want to cover.
With the mention of the church, the detective seizes the opportunity to probe Mia's beliefs and question her views on forgiveness. However, nothing could prepare them for her astonishing confession about her decisions tonight.
You grew up in church?
I did.
Against your will?
No. I actually love God. He's a very loving person. Unconditional.
Still?
Still. Has forgiveness. Very much so. And mercy.
Has he forgiven you tonight?
I'm not being condemned, baby.
No, I'm sorry?
I'm not being condemned. I was already crucified.
So he has forgiven you?
I forgive myself. perfectly fine.
Yeah, but we're talking about
It was,
not.
it was excellent judgment.
While appearing to lack remorse, Mia continues, leaving the detective with a disturbing explanation.
Love covers a multitude of sins. Love covers a multitude of sins.
Did you choose to love tonight?
No.
In her interview, Destiny shares one final horrific detail.
Mia picked up the baby and handed me the baby, and I said, "Did you just shoot my baby? Did you kill my baby?" And she just handed me and just turned.
Did she say anything when she handed you the baby?
She had a smile on her face. She was smirking.
So it wasn't mercy.
No. It was judgment. You didn't give me mercy. You didn't give me mercy. I asked for mercy. I waved my white flag.
You feel powerful.
I don't want to feel powerful. I wanted to live amongst you and love you.
I'm saying about tonight. Does that make you feel powerful?
No, I didn't want to do that. It's not what God wants to do. But you spared a ride, you spoiled a child. And there's consequences sometimes. And that was the judgment. Sorry, but not sorry.
Mia's shocking convictions take a sudden turn, shifting in an unexpected direction.
I know y'all don't belong over here.
Over where?
In the United States.
Who don't?
Y'all don't.
Who's y'all?
Y'all don't. Y'all know who y'all is.
Us too?
Y'all don't belong.
Okay.
Over here.
To bring the focus of the interrogation back to the crime in question, the detective poses a critical question to Mia.
Think you should be punished?
No.
Why?
Because fair is fair. You attempted on me, and I beat you at your own game. Checkmate. How am I wrong when you started the attack?
Are you sorry that you had to do it?
Yeah, because I didn't want to. Like I said, I wanted to be redeemed. When y'all decided to crucify me, you already made a judgment. You didn't give me no option in the choice. You made the choice. I didn't. I just followed what you said. So I crucified. And all I wanted to do was love. That hurt me. Because I didn't want to. Y'all killed Muhammad Ali.
The investigators decide they've heard enough for now, and once again leave Mia on her own. However, Mia is far from finished. Her relentless tirade persists as she unleashes a torrent of haunting messages and disturbing confessions.
Told you I beat you at your own game. This is chess, not checkers. Yeah, you thought I left because I was running scared. No, I left because I was getting away from him, because that's an angel too. My son is an angel too.
Oh, here we go.
I couldn't kill him. You reap what you sow. You sowed it, so you reaped it. And that's the vicious cycle. That's why you say you have to operate in love. Love covers a multitude of sins. You gotta be the one that's willing to love first.
Soon, the intended target of her speech becomes utterly vague, making it impossible to discern whether she's addressing anyone in particular or simply anyone who might be listening.
Judge now, lest she be judged. Let people be people. Let people be people. Judge not, lest she be judged. Whatever God got for you, He got for you. Period. Stop spoiling and poisoning the earth. She don't need to be poisoned anymore. Stop putting down roads, building bridges and stuff like that, building up buildings and stuff. Go connect with nature, learn to garden, learn to forge, learn what life is. Because it ain't in computers, it's not in social media, it's not working a job. That wasn't how you was created to live. That was not the life meant for you.
Her relentless tirade then takes a new direction.
Tata Consultancy Services. Pay up. McDonald's. Pay up. Wendy's. Pay up. Popeyes. Pay up. Jet's Pizza. Pay up.
Jet's Pizza. Jet's Pizza's pretty good.
Mr. Bill Gates. Pay up. All Big Pharma. Pay up. All Big Pharma. Pay up. Banking systems that aren't black owned. Pay up. United States government. Pay up. Elon Musk, pay up.
He and Esau present.
Elon Musk, pay up. Tesla wasn't discovered by you. That was a black thing. That was black technology. Bring back my heirloom seeds. Bring back my heirloom seeds, because I know you got them in the vault. I want them. Bring back my heirloom seeds. I want them. Stop tearing up the earth. You need your greenery. You need your trees. So many things done went extinct because y'all done tore up the world. Y'all greedy. The heart of men is bad. It's not the heart of the woman that's bad. It's the heart of the men in this world. Y'all wrong.
Oh, fuck.
Want to turn around and say narcissist. Covert narcissist. No, I'm not a covert. I'm love. And I understand where I was immature in some areas. But once I got here, nah. Once y'all made me go through my rebirth, nah. Maybe when I was Rihanna, yeah. They knew who I was. And anybody that was in the Rihanna camp, I love y'all. Y'all knew y'all queen. Y'all knew y'all real queen. It's not until Beyonce becomes Queen B that she becomes me.
As her long-winded tirade comes to an end, Mia leaves these final bone-chilling thoughts.
Rebuild and nourish Mother Earth back to health. That's what this is about. You have to nourish her back to health, or you are going to die. And that was the price to pay for mercy. Otherwise, y'all all gonna lose your soul. And who wants that? Because I know what that felt like. You saw how it ripped me. It hurt to do that. And it hurt to see that they was trying to bring him back like that. Not my lineage. I'm sorry, not my lineage. You have your lineage, you keep your lineage. You can't touch this one. Y'all made it clear that we wasn't a part of y'all from the very beginning. That we weren't a part of none of your constitution. We ain't mixing and mingling. Not after what happened and not the way they did people.
Mia Desiree Harris is currently being held at the Butler County Jail on 4 counts of felonious assault and 1 count of improperly discharging a firearm. The judge set her bond at $1.5 million.
I couldn't let y'all have my son. That's why the judgment came down. I seen what you did to my people. And I can't let you do that no more. That's why you couldn't be in my lineage. You're wicked. You're wicked.
Mia Desiree Harris entered a plea deal of not guilty by reason of insanity in January 2024. However, prosecutor Michael Moser informed us in a conversation that authorities determined forensically that Mia Harris was not insane. On September 17th, 2024, Mia entered a new plea deal and pleaded guilty to felonious assault. In exchange for her plea, 3 other counts of felonious assault and 1 count of firing a weapon into a habitation were dropped. However, authorities have reserved a plea to indict for murder in the event that the child should die as a consequence of the assault. According to Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones, the baby girl, Myra, was rushed to Cincinnati Children's Hospital in grave condition and underwent at least 2 surgeries. Reports state that the child was present at the trial with her mother, and prosecutor Michael Moser informed us that the child has been doing miraculously well. The sentencing date for the case is set for October 29, 2024.
What you're looking at is a boxing match.
Jesus. I don't know if I watch Super Eye Patch Wolf. Better be a good,
What you're looking at is a boxing match that took place at the 1981 Junior Olympics, in which a young Mike Tyson takes on Joe Cortez, an experienced boxer with 13 wins. But those wins won't matter. The bell rings and Tyson's opponent is immediately trapped in a maelstrom of fists. Tyson bashing the consciousness out of his opponent in a mere 8 seconds. A chilling prophecy in what was to become one of the most terrifying and dominant champions in combat sports. And particularly when you consider Tyson was just 15 years old when this footage was taken. This is Jake Paul when he was 15. Somehow, on the night of November 19th, 2024, these 2 people would meet as social media thing Jake Paul would face former world heavyweight champion Mike Tyson in a boxing match, with many salivating at the thought that Paul was about to receive his brutal penance for his sins against the world of boxing, only for those same fans to watch in horror as, over the course of 8 rounds, the once considered baddest man on the planet was picked apart by a person of whom major life milestones include being fired from the Disney Channel. But where things grew even stranger was the aftermath. Slowed down footage revealed what looked like Tyson pulling his punches. Strange moments where you can see Paul drop his guard and chastise Tyson for hitting him too hard. And most damning of all, a script leaked days before the fight that read eerily close to the fight's outcome. For many, what was happening was obvious. This fight was fixed. Or maybe Mike Tyson is just really old and Jake Paul, it isn't. Okay, well, that's the video, bye. Okay, I think what's happening here is that when people look at this fight, they know that something is wrong, but misunderstand what that thing actually is. And that misunderstanding has led to what I call the Jake Paul cycle. Jake Paul fights a legitimate fighter,
beats them, people say it was fixed, but then those same people get excited about the prospect of Jake Paul's next opponent murdering him, only for Paul to win that fight. People say it was fixed, and on and on and on and on. It's a cycle that's repeated 9 times now, and one that's seen Paul defeat multiple mixed martial arts world champions as well as professional boxers. I do think there is a lot of people who can see what's happening here, but I think there's significantly more that can't, and those are the people I want to make this video for. I posted a thread about this on Blue Sky and was genuinely shocked at the amount of people who had no idea what Jake Paul was doing in these fights. By the way, I'm on Blue Sky because that's what social media is now. Not about which platform you like the best, but which makes you want to die the least. See, fighting is something I care about a lot. I fight multiple times a week and have done for many years, and while I'm not particularly good at it, I love it. And so when I see a public spectacle that is so specifically designed to communicate a false narrative, not only about Jake Paul's abilities as a fighter, but the very nature of what fighting is, I'm gonna talk about it. And particularly in light of Paul's recent 3-part documentary, Countdown. Although calling this a documentary is like calling an episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog 4 years in veterinary college.
Getting fucked up. I'm gonna mute on desktop, so I'm gonna listen to some garbage music. No. It's like enough. No, it's not, dude. Not even close. I'm fucking up big time. What the fuck am I looking at? What the fuck was I looking at? Shit. What have I done? I forgot how to play this game for a second, but I also never really knew to begin with, so... Forgot what the fuck I was doing for a second.
Isa present.
That was too much, I think. Nope. Oh. Yeah, could have gone in, but it wasn't the right thing, man.
He and Isa present.
God damn it, man.
He and Isa present. He and Isa present. He and Esau present.
No! No, this is kind of decent. No, it's not. I'm too fucking far. Sad. No, that sucks.
Hold up. That's weird. Alright. Getting a bit distracted here.